I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Quincy City Council meeting, Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. It is now 6:30 PM. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico.
Present.
Counselor Kane.
Present.
Counselor Devine.
Present.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Liang.
Present.
Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy.
Present.
Counselor Phelan.
Present.
President DeBona.
Present.
9 members.
9 members, we have a quorum. Please rise, please stand if you can. And if we could get a moment of silence, and please use it as you wish. And turn to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, please read the open meeting law.
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible.
Thank you. First item on the agenda, Madam Clerk, please.
Number 1, 2023-055, in order of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, Compliance Plan.
I'd like to bring up to the mic the Solicitor Jim Timmons. Mr. Timmons, you have the floor. Go right ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And members of the council, good evening. In cooperation with you, President, we've put on the agenda tonight a very brief presentation about Chapter 40A, Section 3A. You may recall back when this statute was passed and came online, we notified you of it. It's an MBTA communities law regarding zoning. And essentially, because of Quincy being what's considered to be an MBTA community, we have to comply with the new regulation, which is being implemented through the Department of Housing and Community Development. So what we're going to do is just briefly go through this presentation to give you further background in case you're asked questions over the course of the summer, because we intend to be back in front of you in September. So there's a cover panel, and this second panel, what is an MBTA community? Essentially, there are 4 types of communities. There's rapid transit, commuter rail, there's what's called adjacent. And adjacent would be a community such as Randolph, which really doesn't have, beyond some bus service, they don't have direct commuter rail access. And then there's adjacent small towns, and that's as you get further away from the MBTA transit infrastructure. Quincy happens to check the first 2 boxes, rapid transit and commuter rail. However, we're considered a rapid transit community, and the significance of that is that we have to have our plans submitted to DHCD by the end of this calendar year. The commuter rail communities have until December of '24, but we have to get our plan out and finalized by December of this year. So the plan we have is, there's been considerable work done already within the planning department, and our goal is to make this presentation tonight, have you understand what we're going to be doing over the summer, and we'll be back early in the fall for a final approval of the plan. The next panel talks about the basic requirements, and essentially what's going on is this. You now have to create a zoning district that allows multifamily uses as of right, if you are near an MBTA service center like the stations we have here in Quincy. In Quincy Center, you're familiar with the downtown zoning we have, and that's not precisely as of right zoning. Anyone who wants to do something down at Quincy Center still has to get certificate of consistency review, and so that's something where the city retains control over the housing. What the goal here of Section 3A is that sort of control is released a bit at least, and that you have certain as of right abilities if you're in the MBTA zoning district. The minimum density is 15 units per acre, and the zoning district has to be 50 acres. 50 acres is the size of, coincidentally, Boston Common. Just to give you an idea, if you're familiar with the Common, that's precisely 50 acres. Fenway Park's like roughly 8 acres. In Quincy, we have 5,000 to 7,000 square foot lots. 1 acre is roughly 8 homes. It's 40,000 square feet. So you take 8 homes on your typical Quincy street of 5,000 square feet, and that would be 1 acre. So 15 units per acre would be taking a little neighborhood like that. Instead of 8 homes being there, there'd be the capacity for 15 units. So while it sounds a bit onerous, it's not as bad as one might think. And if we do this properly, hopefully it's not going to have the type of impact that folks were talking about last year when the statute was first passed. We meet the other requirements in terms of transit orientation. We have the ability to do something within a half mile of a T station. Now, you're all familiar with the North Quincy development, I'm sure. That was a 2016 transit-oriented development done here in Quincy, and that was really way ahead of other communities in our area. The statute here was passed 6 years later. So North Quincy's already kind of implemented as a transit-oriented district. Councilor Phelan and others are familiar with what we're doing in Wollaston, taking a look at that. And there's going to be some work done in Wollaston. Quincy Center is all established and has been for a while. And in discussions with the mayor and with the planning department, we do not want to introduce any sort of 3A compliance in Quincy Center because we don't want to give up the ability to control how things are developed there. So right now we're looking down at the Quincy Adams T Station, that area. Now, Councilor Devine, Councilor Andronico, this is perhaps news to you, but we're looking. And part of what I'm here to tell you about tonight is that over the course of the summer, we're going to be looking at how things lay out down in that area and the possibility of proposing Section 3A compliance through a transit-oriented district down near the Quincy Adams T. If you go to the next panel, this is just a quick summary. We're a rapid transit community. We need to create a district that is at least 50 acres. And this term unit capacity, there's a little footnote there, but we didn't provide you with a footnote. Not to obscure it, but just because it's a little complicated. What they did is to determine the unit capacity in the district, they took the number of housing units that were in the city as of 2020. The city's inventory in the year 2020, and in Quincy, that was roughly 47,000 housing units. So 25% of that is 11,700 approximately. So what DHCD is expecting of us is to create a district that would allow for an increase of 11,700 housing units. And that would result in our compliance. And the deadline there is December of 2023. The next panel I'm going to show you, it's a compliance model. I'm not going to review this with you tonight. I'm providing it to you in the event you care to take a look at how DHCD is doing their estimation of what we need to do, and when we do submit, how they're going to analyze what we submit. So I'm just going to go right from that over to the next panel, which shows the area that we're looking at. We've drawn up basically a circle that's got a half-mile radius around the Quincy Center T station. And you'll see that the focus is a bit away from Center Street because there's development there. It's on the east side of the tracks. And we're just going to take a look at that. We're going to ask counselors to indulge us, particularly Councilor Devine and Councilor Andronico over the summer. And we'll be sharing information with you as we work on this. But this is the area that we're going to look at as a target for compliance. If you could go to the next panel, it just explains what as-of-right zoning means. And essentially, we retain the right to do site plan review. And that's an important feature of our current ordinance. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what site plan review is. It's not a permit. If you go through the site plan review process, it's not like you're getting a permit or a variance or anything like that. The planning department brings in outside parties to help review a site plan, and they tweak it a little to make it work better. So we can still do site plan review. Under our ordinance, we're supposed to complete site plan review within 90 days of the date it's submitted to the planning department. And I know that doesn't always work, but it will have to work here if we apply site plan review to 3A. So from the counselor perspective, as we move forward, there would still be an ability to have some control over how a project comes together through the site plan review process. But beyond that, again, there's limited ability to regulate. And if we go on to the next panel, the clarifications here, and this is important. The first bullet, 3A does not require that the housing be built. What it requires, the term they're using is that we create a zoning district that removes barriers to the creation of housing. So this panel is very important. They're not compelling development of housing units. They're not compelling, if you look at the second bullet, our DPW director will be pleased to hear that the communities don't have to implement new infrastructure to accommodate future multifamily development. By way of example, if there were a particular neighborhood we were looking at and we knew that it just didn't have capacity for sewer and water and drain, we don't have to go in and tear up the street and install that capacity. It's just that on paper, the ability to create the housing in a district is there, and then as a project comes online, public works infrastructure would be implemented on a more direct basis. The last thing, I guess, that I would go to is on the next panel, where it says in the first line in the first bullet, the goal is to remove zoning barriers. That's what this is about. So what we're looking to do is create a zoning district where as-of-right housing will be allowed near a T station. And right now we're looking at Quincy Adams T. So on the final panel, we were talking about next steps. That's what we're here about tonight. We're essentially looking for the council to understand and authorize work this summer by the planning department and others to develop this district, to present some real concrete data about it, and then come back in front of you in September. I believe we'll be ready by then. We're well along the way now with the analysis. And we have to present it to the council which then holds hearings, analyzes it, and it has to be adopted by the city council as a zoning change before we could submit it to DHCD. So the submittal is now due. We have a deadline, a hard deadline of December of '23. We're well along the way, and we expect to be in front of you in September upon your return to go over this particular district. So, Mr. President, that's essentially what I had tonight. I hope I fulfilled your goal that we make this informative but not too lengthy.
Solicitor Timmons, right on time. I'm going to open up to the councilors for any questions or comments. I'd like to recognize Councilor Devine. Go right ahead.
Mr. Timmons, thank you very much for your time in this presentation. I understand that it's going to be mandated from the state. Is that what we're saying?
That's correct.
Yeah. You know, I see that this is going to be right on top of Ward 4. Pretty much, I'm happy to see that the neighborhood, that Liberty Street up all the way in between Center, going up to Southwest, is being left out of that red zone. Nice neighborhoods in there, so I'm happy to see that. But thank you for the presentation, and I'll review it, and I appreciate it.
Sure, we'll hopefully be seeing a bit of you over the summer.
Yep.
We'll see.
Any other councilors? I'd like to recognize Councilor Andronico.
In developing the district and kind of finalizing what you'll at least present to the council in the fall, what will public input, or the opportunity for public input be like during development, or are you looking for the city council to address that once the fall comes?
You're asking about public input?
I am.
Yeah. Well, the thought was to develop a little bit more of a concrete plan that would then be analyzed here with the council present. We think that's the most efficient way. One thing I was, going to offer out was if you cared to have a meeting in the summer, we'll take you alphabetically, and Councilor Andronico will get first dibs at a hearing. But, if you cared to have a hearing and thought it were necessary, then we would do that during the summer. So it's flexible.
All right.
But the thought was to make sure that we didn't open things up too much at the beginning and raise concern with folks about, look what's going to happen here, look what's going to happen, because, we want to make sure we don't do that.
Understood. And did I hear right that we'll need to create, I think it's the capacity for 11,000 more units of multifamily housing within the city?
Yes, that's what they're saying. That's in all rapid transit communities, they have to do that. It's well, not 11,000, but 25% of your housing stock from 2020, because they're trying to promote growth and additional housing stock.
Right. And just a note, this is not for you, this is just my own personal view. Just in my day job up at the State House, we've had a few municipalities call, and I share this similar concern and sentiment, is that, it's nice to see multifamily by right, but as part of that, they're not including mixed-use developments as counting towards your multifamily zoning by right. So if you say that only in this area you can do mixed use only, even though it'll have multifamily housing within that development, they will not count that towards your housing stock. And that has been a frustrating, at least to me, that's a frustrating viewpoint by saying no, because you're saying we need to create 11,000 more, units, except we're not going to create any places for these people to go for, third places. If you're not at home, you're not at work, where are you supposed to go? What are you going to do? And they're saying you can't create those types of places, within those specific communities. So that is a personal gripe of mine. It has nothing to do necessarily with how you'll develop the district and all that. We can make it by right as part of the overlay, but we'd also have to allow multifamily by right as part of that same overlay. So,
Right. I think, as I understand it, maybe we can have this discussion again. What the mandate is to mandate housing as of right. You're correct that the mixed use A lot of communities came back with, well, if we're going to do this, we want to do mixed use. We can't mandate that a project be mixed use. However, if we keep if the ordinance we create is compliant with the 3A expectation, we could also encourage mixed use in our zoning district.
Right.
Because you make an excellent point. That's as necessary as the housing itself.
Right. We want these people, if these developments do happen, years down the line, I'd love for those folks to have something to do after they're, done working from home, or not necessarily have to take the T everywhere, and it can help reduce traffic if we encourage that in the first place. Anyway, appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Kane.
Mr. President. Thank you, Jim. So this is kind of crazy, right?
I'll respectfully decline answering that.
Well, yeah, and I know you're not
Gotcha.
representative of the state's interest, but was this a holdover from Baker administration?
Well, it was passed during the Baker administration, but I think it's an initiative endorsed across the board. I know that then Governor Baker was frustrated by, I actually talked to him once about it, and he explicitly named a community, and he said, they've got 2 commuter rail stations in the community and 30,000 acre zoning.
Yeah, and they're not absorbing any of the capacity, right?
Yeah, but that's been a complaint that's existed for a while. And while I understand what you're saying and your reaction to it, I think it is a problem around here. And,
Well,
and it's got to be somehow addressed.
My reaction to it is more around the fact that we're talking about transit-oriented districts, and we do not have adequate public transportation to service the number of units that would be located on these parcels. So right now, we've got a huge problem, right? The entire Metro Boston area is just jam-packed with cars because nobody wants to use public transportation, right? So I don't know what recourse we have in terms of trying to make a deal, because this is absurd to be saying that we need to absorb over 10,000 units of housing on locations that are supposed to be more adequate to have people use public transportation, but that public transportation doesn't work. It's absurd. So I'm a little peeved here because I can't fathom this actually happening and/or people being pleased. I'm not going to be pleased with it until there's actually an adequate solution for public transit. So I'm more curious about what our recourse is, and I think there's something in here that you said we can apply for an exemption of some sort.
No, they actually say you cannot apply for
Oh,
exemptions.
even better. Cool. So there is no recourse to this. Got it.
But you raise an excellent point that I know I hadn't really thought about. But as you're speaking, like, I know our daughter goes in town every day, and she was taking the commuter rail in because the T didn't work.
Yeah, and that's a fortunate position because not everyone can hop over here to the commuter rail to do that. And then when people don't have adequate access to public transit, they're hopping in Ubers, which then again increasingly jams the roads in the Metro Boston area, which is why we're gridlocked all day long on the highway. So this is totally nuts. I can't believe that we're having to absorb this. And at the same time, I'm looking at the state promoting economic development initiatives in the western part of the state, but what's the mandate for housing units out there, to absorb some of that? Because I can guarantee people aren't going to be moving out there for any jobs, phantom or otherwise, that are created. So
Yeah, you're pointing out, and it's an excellent point, the fundamental flaw here, the presumption that the availability of this rapid transit and commuter rail and that sort of infrastructure, while it's only available if it works, and it doesn't.
yeah.
So this makes this a mandate that's a difficult, that's a
Yeah,
great
it just sounds
point.
like we're not having a full discussion here.
Yeah, that's an
about,
excellent point.
What truly matters and to make this thing work. So anyway, that's not directed at you. That's through you to anyone that's listening or cares to listen. But I thank you for your presentation tonight.
Sure.
I'd like to recognize Counsel Mahoney.
Thank you, Counselor Kane. I actually really much agree with you. Could I just ask you, so for the Adams Station, is the 11,000 units that you're talking about, that's just in the Adams Station area, right?
Well, it would be in the zoning district, yes, yeah.
So what I'm saying is if there was development, any more development that we have throughout the city that's along the spine of just any of the T stations, it wouldn't count to that 11,000 units, would it?
That's correct, it
So-
doesn't.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, because Quincy's already absorbed, like you already said, North Quincy before this came in, North Quincy is actually meeting a higher expectation in that area. Quincy's already developed tremendous amount of housing already, and to say that the state is saying that we have to have this and we have to do this, and we're picking Adams Station because we want to keep control of Quincy Center. So we're going to jam potentially more development in Ward 4, Ward 2. And it's just basically saying that the zoning's there so people can sell their houses and developers can come in and start developing, because that's pretty much what this will allow people to do, potentially. Correct?
Well, not really. The last panel, or the second to last panel, made the point about removing barriers to housing. And I think it's important to understand that this is creating a zoning district that allows for this. And that the zoning district has to be large enough, and they've put it at 50 acres, so that that 11,000 number is potentially developable.
No, I understand.
But there's not a mandate that we do it.
No, but it creates a section of our city that becomes more aggressive for people, that if people want to come in and buy up those houses to develop. So they're going to start trying to buy out blocks of areas. But again, I'll push back on this in the sense that, you know, I'm a commuter, and the T has been terrible for a long time. And the state is saying that we have a mandate for this, and we have to say yes to these things. This is what it's sounding like as Councilor Devine said, well, we kind of have to do this, but we don't kind of have. We can push back too to the state and to our state delegation and say, wait, until the T actually fixes the problems that it has, and our commuter rail and our MBTA starts working, we shouldn't be pushed to actually say yes to any of these things. And that's something that I would expect our city to do, because to say yes to something and say, yeah, we're going to start doing this overlay and get it all ready, when we haven't pushed back, and our expectations should be higher on, let's get this fixed first. I know what they're saying, everything's being pushed for housing, but other communities around us have not actually met the needs of what we've already done here in Quincy. They just haven't. We have done a lot here in Quincy, and it should count as to some of the development we've already had done should count towards what we're doing at this point.
Well, I think you're kind of going down the 40B road, which was more of a mandate and more of a forced action by the state. This is not that. This is creation throughout, it's the MBTA community, so throughout the entire district, where what they're trying to do is eliminate, they're calling it barriers to housing. Greater Boston, we need more housing.
I understand.
So they want us to, they just want to eliminate the barriers.
Yeah,
So-
I think before we eliminate the barriers, we have to fix the problems, because we can't actually start building things. We're just going to have more people living in our community that can't get out of it and can't get onto the train and get to where they need to be. So you can build all you want to build, but if the trains aren't working, people are going to be on the roads, and more frustration is going to happen. So how do we solve that problem? I just think it's a bigger picture that we need to be all discussing, and I think it's something that communities should be pushing back on to say, you know, what is the solution here, and how long is it going to take? I understand the need for housing, but I also have to say that we have to actually have an understanding of when that's going to be fixed too. I mean, when you're going back 5 years ago when we had all 4 stations being torn up, it was like within 3 years we'll have the trains fixed, so they'll be able to move the trains along much faster, and it hasn't happened. We're still doing it right now. That's not and that's not something that we can handle here in Quincy, but it's a fact that that's happening. So we have to work better with our state delegation and at the state level to find out where we stand on these things, because we're being jammed saying we have to have this done by the end of the year, this year, but we're not giving any guarantees as to when we're going to get the other piece back. So whether we create an overlay, the overlay creates another portion for developers to come in and start targeting houses to start building those things, which is good for the overall picture. But if we don't have our commuter piece figured out, our trains figured out, then all we're doing is creating more traffic and more jams in here in the city of Quincy, and we already can't move with the development that we already have. Thank you.
Any other counselors? I know, I'm going to go back around first time. I'm going to go back to Counselor Devine. You have the mic. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say clearly we'll be talking about this over the summer, but I wanted to disagree with you on the alphabetical list. I say we go for the new guy, or else Counselor Andronico and I can wrestle for it.
Well, I don't want to put poor Councilor Andronico to that one. I've shaken your hand before. But I will say that We had several joint hearings up at the Lincoln Hancock
Yeah, I would definitely,
School.
I wouldn't mind having
your
both of us.
predecessors.
Yeah. If both of us wanted to go at the same time. I was just kidding, obviously. I don't care who goes first, but if we go together, it might make it better. We can talk
Oh,
together.
I'm saying whatever you wish to do.
Yeah,
is what we'll do.
I think Andronico, Counselor Andronico and I would be fine working together. Yeah.
That's preferable to being beaten up, right? Yeah. Sounds like your word, Counselor. Yeah.
That's it.
Any other counselors? Okay, procedurally, we have to get a motion to get a vote tonight on what you want to do. Motion made by Counselor Andronico. Do I have a second? Seconded by, what's that? To have a vote on, procedurally, Solicitor Timmons, can you explain why we have to vote?
Yeah, you're just moving to have the 3A team, the planning department and a few others, conduct further work over the summer, and report back to the council on an ordinance change in the fall.
Okay, so just to do the work, no ordinance change?
That's correct. Well, we don't have the authority
Authority,
to do it. The
right.
executive branch, the authorities
Right.
with the council, right?
Is this to go to ordinance first or just an outright vote? I just want to make sure I'm motioning for the correct.
It's just an outright vote. When we get back into September, I guess, when he comes back, that'll be
That
proceeded.
we'll put it back in.
Yes.
So that at that point in
This
time.
allows them to do the work over the summer.
Understood.
And then come
Okay.
back to us, the council, and present what they've got for some data.
Okay.
I'd like to recognize Councilor Yang.
Thanks. So the item itself just says order, Section 3A compliance plan. So we're voting on the plan to do more work over the summer, correct?
Right.
We're not voting a proposed plan, we're voting plans for next steps. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
How about, how
I'm
would?
sorry, I just want to make sure, because I think to Counselor Kane's point, like, that really got me, like, I might not be exhibiting it, but it really got me fired up, and I think it's a bigger conversation,
I'd like to
right?
recognize
So
Councilor
I'm all for
Kane
the plan to move forward, but not.
If we want to do story time, I'm happy to read this order that's
No.
right in front of us. Because it clearly just says to take all steps necessary to develop the strategies. So,
That's the motion.
They're the senior ones, so I allow both of them to speak. But we got a motion made by Councilor Andronico. We have a second by Councilor Devine. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President Dubana.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. So you can do your work over the summer.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, thank you, members of the council.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda, please.
Number 2, 2023-074, an appropriation for $6,835,751.03 for year-end transfers.
So it's in front of you, councilors. I'd like to recognize Councilor Phelan.
Are we going to get a presentation? I would, this is year-end transfers. We'll probably get a presentation, but I would like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Phelan. Seconded by Councilor Kane. I will also allow you to speak if you'd like to, now that we had those two.
Thank you, Council President. I know,
Go right ahead, Eric Mason.
I know this is fairly familiar work for the council. This is our year-end transfers to clean up org codes that were over budget, primarily related to the contract negotiations. And then additionally, there were some overages in workers' compensation and FICA assessment that we're also moving to clear up.
Okay, councilors, we got a motion made by Councilor Phelan to approve, and a second by Councilor Kane. Any discussion on this motion? I'd like to recognize Councilor Mahoney.
Could I just have an explanation for the FICA assessment? I I was checking today. It looks like it's in a negative $147,612. Is this $272,000 going to be enough to carry us through the end of the year?
Correct, Counselor. Yes, it's going to be enough to carry us to the end of the year. We have one more FICA payment, I believe, that gets made next week.
You have one more what, FICA payment?
FICA payment, sorry.
Yeah, so that's going to carry through, because it's a couple of different salaries that you, I mean, paychecks that are going out. So it sounds like there's schools, so it's going to carry all of them.
Correct. We have about 4,200 remaining paychecks that would have to, that would be addressed in.
Okay. I just wanted to check, because there's no backup that comes with this, so when you're looking at these things, and I'm just checking with the auditor to see what the status of these things are, it's hard to follow this. And then also in the departments, I know you just said, I think you just said it was, I couldn't quite hear you, contractual obligations and raises, is that what this is?
Yes, so it's primarily related to the contract negotiations, particularly in my department. It's also related to city leave buyback.
Okay, city leave buyback. And then last year, the way we treated it was, you did in the budget, in 2022, you did a 3% across the board, but this year, we didn't do the 3% across the board, that you're taking it out of the reserve for appropriation services, correct?
Correct, Counselor.
Okay, so, yeah, because your numbers were off from last year from when we did it. And then for judgments and settlements, if I could just understand, what's the $350,000 for judgments and settlements? Because I know that we have about $140K, that's $40,000, I think that's been spent, and then another 190 that's been encumbered. So what's the $350,000 for that?
So if you take the remaining balance of that, and for detail on what the settlement is, I would respectfully decline to Solicitor Timmons. But there's a $500,000 judgment or settlement. I'm actually not particular which one it is. But they need $500,000 to close out a settlement they have pending.
So is there any chance that we could find out what those settlements are, just to share with the council?
Yeah,
So I guess one of the things that it is the reason why I asked that is because it's, as the end of year transfers, they're just line items, so it's hard for us to track that back into the budget for transparency's sake. You can't really tell where this is coming from. We know it's coming from municipal finance and different things, but the judgment, settlement, and FICA and the workman's compensation are just the areas that I was kind of focused on. And I thought he was here.
I did too, to be honest, Counselor.
That's okay.
The amount that's being requested as part of what is before you, the $300,000, that's an eminent domain matter involving a property on Broad Street. We took the property owner sued, and the matter was resolved through a mediation. So that's what that amount is about.
So the $350,000 was from an eminent domain taking?
Well, it's to pay a settlement of the eminent domain lawsuit,
Okay,
yes.
so that's the total of $350,000. It's not a combination of a couple of things, it's just that one thing.
Well, I believe so, yes.
It's a $500,000
Total, yeah.
We had to move $350,000
You needed
because you have some
350,
surplus.
yes, right. The 350 is going fully into that judgment,
Okay,
okay?
yep, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, Counselor?
No.
Any other counselors? So motion made to approve, made by Counselor Phelan. We have a seconded by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 3, 2023-075, an appropriation for $1,500,000 for Water Enterprise Fund from Water Stabilization Fund.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
I'd like to make a motion that this is approved.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on this particular motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
So again, this is another one. I always like to ask, like, what's the balance or the estimate that we thought we were going to be getting in on this? And when I checked with the auditor today, we had to go to the A2 recap. Could you, Mr. Mason, it hasn't been updated, so our reserves, when it comes to our established revenues for both water and sewer, hasn't been updated since 2021 in Munis, I guess in Munis for this. And maybe Susan can explain this to me, but we had to go to, for DLS to be able to look at that. If you could. I'm just trying to figure out why we don't have, why we don't have a view into what we're seeing here to be able to make this transfer.
Okay, so, Madam Auditor, I'm fine if you take it. Or
Well, basically, when I received a call from Councilor Mahoney today, she was asking me what the estimated revenues were in the water, both the water and sewer enterprise fund. Typically, in the past, the estimated revenues are posted in Munis.
Okay.
So when I went to look at the estimated revenues to explain to her that there was a revenue shortfall, I could not tell her what the estimated revenues were until I went to the DLS to the A2, and I had to print off the A2 to see what the estimated revenues are, because they're not posted in Munis for water and for sewer.
I certainly believe you on that, but that's interesting because when I've run my year-to-dates, I've seen it, so that may be
Okay.
a control issue. I will check that. That's
Okay.
strange.
Yeah,
But
because I'm not, I wasn't seeing it, and I did not see it for 2021 either.
That is strange. The A2 numbers are, though, accurate. That's
Correct,
As you
yep.
know, that's what we use.
That's what I explained.
That's strange.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out because it's obviously for our jobs, when we're trying to kind of review these things, I work through the auditor to do that. And I don't think we have the capabilities of looking at that A2 recap that's on DLS that I
Yes,
know of.
Actually, you can look it up for any community.
Yeah,
anyway.
well, it shouldn't be the way that we have to go about doing that. I shouldn't have.
I'm surprised it's-
Yeah, so if we could take a look at that and find out what's happening there, because obviously the transparency issue of being able to discuss that, that's an issue. So thank you very much.
Any other counselors? So motion made by Counselor Phelan to approve and seconded by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 4, 2023-076, an appropriation for $1,200,000 to Sewer Enterprise Fund from Sewer Stabilization Fund.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Yes, Counselor, this is a transfer from the stabilization fund, and I would like to move passage on it.
A motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on this particular motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Number 5, 2023-077, an appropriation for $793 to Parks Department Personal Services for Community Preservation Fund Administration.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, this is money that comes from the Community Preservation Fund that's transferred in for the person running the the Community Preservation Fund. Tongue-tied, so I move approval.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on this motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
So in this particular case, this appropriation is for the salary, I believe, is that for the person who does the community preservation work? And that person's role is in the general fund, is that correct? And this is an example of CPA funds that are being transferred in to our general fund to cover that salary, is that correct? And this is something that I brought up in regards to when we were doing the salary reviews, and I was talking about the DIF or OPER or all the other places, and you said we didn't have to worry about that because it would be absorbed into those areas, but it is a way that we can do that for more transparency, so the taxpayers at home can actually understand who we pay and how many people we pay. Just wanted to point out that we do it for some, so thank you very much.
Any other counselors? So motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona?
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 6, 2023-078, an appropriation for $2,055,750 to community preservation, historic, and recreation projects.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Through you, Mr. President, this is money that was voted on by the Community Preservation Committee, and that's been presented to us on the different projects. We all have a list. I would like to move passage on.
Motion made by Counselor Phelan to approve, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona?
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 7, 2023-079, an appropriation for $900,000 to traffic, parking, alarm, and lighting personnel services for reserve for appropriation parking receipts.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to, this is an annual appropriation that comes in from parking receipts. That's a regular annual appropriation that is put back into the TPAL department. So I'd like to move passage on it.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
Just a quick question on this. So this $900,000 that's coming in, is this coming in just strictly from the Kilroy Garage?
No, Counsel. I believe it includes the Kilroy Garage and all parking passes that the city
Oh, parking pass.
has.
And with the Kilroy Garage, is there certain portions of the Kilroy where we're leased out to other developments that are happening? Is that collected separately and paid into the diff?
That's collected separately, not paid into the diff. There's a pilot agreement with One Chestnut.
Okay.
That's part of the taxation plan, and I believe the other revenue, and I'd have to check this with TPAL, is categorized in the same way as into the Ross, they call it the Ross Garage Fund, that's how old the fund is.
Yeah.
But it comes in the parking receipts.
So that same parking that's over in the Ross, where you can pay over at Ross, we're collecting those fees, that's coming into
To
this
my
diff?
understanding, yes.
Okay, and then what about the historic preservation that's next to the Adams Academy, that we bought those 2 properties that was bought underneath the preference that it was for historic preservation because the land was, historic, that we're using for a parking lot right now? Are we collecting revenues from that?
If people are paying for it, I'm unsure of what the current agreement is. I would have to check with.
Well, the parking lot is filled every single day, and I guess through you to Mr. Walker, because it was bought through CPA monies, and it's filled with parking cars there all day. Are we collecting is that a revenue source for the city of Quincy?
I'd like to recognize Chief of Staff Chris Walker. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we'd have to look up exactly where that money is housed, Counselor, but yeah, we are collecting a small amount of revenue from that.
So this is just another example of, we're transferring money, and I'm asking this question just strictly because we're transferring it into the traffic, parking, and lighting alarm. We just approved our budget, and we don't know where the money's coming, and you'll have to check. We just want to make sure I understood that. So again, this is concerning to me because this is something that we should be able to have quickly at our fingertips to be able to discuss this and share with the general public. Thank you very much.
Any other counselors? Motion made by Counselor Phelan to approve, and then we got a second by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan. Yes. President DeBona?
Yes.
9 members.
9 members, unanimous vote. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 8, 2023-080, an appropriation for $40,000 to the Quincy Historic Society Tourism from Hotel Motel Tourism.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Mr. President, this is from the hotel motel tax transfer into the Quincy Historical Society for Tourism, and I would like to move passage on it.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona?
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 9, 2023-081, an appropriation for $195,792.15 to the tourism from hotel motel tax tourism.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to, this is come from the hotel motel tax, and it goes to support the tourism and their initiatives here in the city. So I'd like to move approval for it.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
So not to beat a dead horse, but this is another offset that we're having into the general fund. Just want to point that out, that we do have offsets. They're in the general fund, and I'm going to continue to point those out. Same thing with the last one and the next one, too. Thank you.
So motion made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 10, 2023-082, an appropriation for $1,660,000 to Quincy Public Schools and Quincy Access Television from Comcast.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an annual appropriation, comes from Comcast. This supports the TV station, both in the school department over in Quincy High and Quincy Access Television, who does a great job about showing all the public meetings. And on the school side, they do a great job showing the school committee and all the activities going on at our public schools. So I'd like to move passage on it.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
Again, this is something that I was going to bring out. So again, this is actually being appropriated over to the Quincy Public Schools and Quincy Access Television, correct? Okay, so there's 4 salaries that are being paid out of this, this Comcast money that are being paid for through the schools, but they're being charged or they're being grouped into the mayor's office, and the check is being processed through the mayor's office. So there's 4 people who are being paid out of this account that's being paid offset into the mayor's office. It's not in our general fund. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this is one of the questions that I asked, and I believe that you said that for the salaries, that they would be getting the appropriate raises and it would come out of this particular case, correct? Okay, so, and this is also going to Quincy Access Television, is that correct? So are the Quincy Access Television people also getting the same raises that were put into the budget? Are all people that are being paid out of this Comcast money, pardon me?
Through you, the Quincy Access Television, they're a separate entity entirely. They get funding from this, but they don't operate under the same.
No, I understand that.
restrictions as this.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is that it's not in our general fund. We don't know how much these people are getting paid. It's not clear and transparent how this is happening. And the 4 people that are appearing to be paid through the Quincy Public Schools, that's where they're being paid for, but they're actually working out of the mayor's office. So I just want to point that out because I'm not sure what they do for the Quincy Public Schools. Maybe they do stuff for the Quincy Public Schools. They're being housed underneath the premise that they're underneath the Quincy Public Schools, but they're being grouped in their, and one of their titles, I think, is a director underneath the mayor's office. So I'm just pointing that out. Thank you very much.
Any other councilors? Motion made by Counselor Phelan to approve and a second by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 11, 2023-083, an appropriation for $400,000 to Parks Department capital expenditures for tree offset.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. This is from the hotel motax. This is an offset that goes into the tree plantings around Quincy. And I'd like to move approval on it.
Motion made by Counselor Phelan to approve, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 12, 2023-084, an appropriation for Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, setting the limits of what may be expended for fiscal year '24 from the Department of Revolving Accounts.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has become a yearly event that comes in. It's basically, everyone has it in their things, you know, particularly where the funds come from and where they go. And, you know, all the way from the library to the parks, to the recreation department. And so I would like to move passage on this.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Counselor Mahoney. Counselor McCarthy.
Yes.
Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 13, 2023-085, an appropriation for $8,630,260 stabilization account from free cash.
I'd like to recognize Counselor Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is in order to put this money into the stabilization fund, so I'd like to move approval.
Motion to approve made by Counselor Phelan, seconded by Counselor Kane. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
I just want to clarify, this is the free cash, and we took out about $10 million to artificially lower the taxes last year, correct?
From free cash, we took about 6.6 million. There were some other sources that were taken, some of their PO closures and such like that, but directly from free cash, I believe it was about 6.6 million.
I thought there was 2 areas that we took it from free cash for 10. I don't have the resolve in front of me, but I thought there was 2 areas. I know we took it from free cash, and we took it from the pension obligation stabilization as well.
Yes, which is a separate account. So I'm just talking from the free cash
So
side.
it was 19 million in total. Can you remember where we took it from?
I would have to review, similar to you, would have to review the council orders.
Yeah, so we're not putting anything back into the stabilization account. Where's the stabilization account now?
This is the stabilization account.
No, I mean to the pension obligation stabilization.
So which one are you asking for?
I'm asking where we stand. So I know we have about $3 million currently in the stabilization account, our current stabilization account that we're putting this $8 million into. Where do we stand for the pension obligation that we're supposed to be building up to $30 million?
So we have 5.93 million,
So last year we took $5 million out and
5.25, yes.
and we have built it back up to 5.
Yeah, we originally put, we had the year of the POB. We saved like 5.25 million that year. That was carried through quite an interesting PO process over to the previous year. Then that was deposited into the PSA, the pension stabilization account. Then we used 5.25 million of it this year.
To artificially lower the taxes, and then but we're not putting any more into the pension, so we're just going to leave it at 5, where we have to build it up to 30.
Okay, then into FY24, we have another 5.25 million.
Okay, but the goal is to put it into stabilization account, so our S&P will look good, so that we can borrow it again next year to artificially lower the taxes again. Thank you.
By Counselor Phelan to approve and seconded by Counselor Kane. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico.
Yes.
Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan.
Yes.
President DeBona.
Yes.
9 members.
9 members in the affirmative, motion carries. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 14, 2023-086, order land, order taken, eminent domain of 119 Parking Way.
This, if I could, Counselor Phelan, we'd like to refer this to Finance and Ordinance Committee, if I could.
Yeah, sounds good. Make a motion to refer to Ordinance and Finance Committee.
Okay, we're going to refer this to Finance and Ordinance Committee, which is an eminent domain of 119 Parking Way. Do I have a second? Seconded by Counselor McCarthy. Any discussion on the motion? I'd like to recognize Counselor Mahoney.
Clarify, so 119 Parking Way, is that the IHOP? Okay, so it's the IHOP. Is that something, I thought we were taking that by friendly taking. Now it's
I'd
going by
like
eminent
to
domain.
recognize Chief of Staff Chris Walker. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, exactly right. Council, you may remember that this was approved as purchase as part of the last DIF program we did, DIF 4. This is process. Whether or not we actually have move forward in this way or a different way is still remains to be seen. But this is the taking that will need to take place. Even if we do a friendly sale, probably makes sense according to the lawyers and everyone, to do it by taking anyways.
Okay. And who owns this property? Isn't that another one of our developers?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe it is owned by LBC.
Thank you. Cannibalizing against each other. Great, thanks.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion to be referred to Finance and Ordinance Committee made by Counsel Phelan, and seconded by Counsel McCarthy. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. That's going to be referred to Finance and Ordinance Committee. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Number 15, 2023-087, a gift for $1,250 from various donors.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Counsel McCarthy, seconded by Counsel Andronico. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Andronico. Yes. Counselor Kane. Yes. Counselor Devine. Yes. Counselor Harris. Yes. Counselor Liang. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McCarthy. Yes. Counselor Phelan. President DeBona.
Yes.
8 members.
8 members in the affirmative. Motion carries. Madam Clerk, that concludes our agenda items. Is that correct?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Approval of previous minutes of June 12, 2023. Motion to approve made by Counselor Kane, seconded by Counselor Devine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. It is a vote. Communication reports from the mayor, other city officers, and city boards. Madam Clerk, do we have utilities?
We do. Utility request to refer to Public Works Committee for scheduling and advertising. Easement from Verizon, utility easement, Broad Street, Field Street, and C Street, Public Safety Headquarters, and a grant of location for Verizon for Hancock Street at Seville Ave.
Any other items from any of the communication reports, councilors? Seeing none, we're moving on. Unfinished business and preceding meeting. Moving on, reports of committees. Any reports? We finished them up last meeting. Presentation of petitions, memorials, and remonstrance. I'd like to recognize Councilor Andronico.
Thank you. Unfortunately, over the weekend, one of my relatives, Lou Pasquale, had passed away. He was 96 years old. He grew up in Quincy. He worked in the Fort River shipyard when he was a teenager before he moved on and joined the Army, where he fought in World War II. Specifically, he was part of the operation for Okinawa, where he served as a private first class and machine gunner. After coming back, he started his own masonry business, which led to him working with the Phillips family and the properties in Dorchester, where he had a career overseeing operations at Boston Bowl, the Phillips Candy House, and the Freeport Tavern. And I think those that knew him the best knew that he was always looking to help our youth and looking to serve within his community, in particular with disabled veterans throughout America. So I just remember Lou, and may you rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any of the counselors? Just like to take a moment and say this past Thursday, we had a ribbon cutting for the Father Bills in Ward 1, Councilor McCarthy's area. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If you didn't get a chance, I know a lot of other counselors were there that day. It's going to be opening in late summer, early fall, but it's a beautiful facility, $26 million price tag, and they raised $10 million themselves. I'd like to also recognize our Affordable Housing Trust that put $1 million in for it. And there's got a lot of new things, 30 permanent housing units, 75 emergency shelter beds. There's going to have a lot of counseling in there. I know our Councilor McCarthy in Ward 1 was at the mic, and I was trying to get some clarification on something. He was talking about possibly a couple of the councilors wrestling in the parking lot. I thought it was one of the best quotes we've heard in a long time. But I was trying to get clarification. Was it before the meeting, during the meeting, or after the meeting? All. Okay. But it was a great day for the city. It was great. We had a lot of people with a lot of smiles on their faces. Over 100 people came out. And just want to say everybody that was involved in that project, Kudos to everyone across the board. So it's a good thing for the city. It sparked plug McDonald's to do their revitalization, which will probably be open in July, right across the street, and then an intersection as we possibly can be talking about. So plus, plus for everybody. Say kudos. Any other counselors? All right, motions, orders, and resolutions. Scheduling committee meetings and public hearings. Counselors, will we reconvene? Oh, go right ahead, Counselor Kane. I'd like to recognize Counselor Kane.
Sorry, this probably isn't in the right order, but I'm still going to mention it anyway. Hope to see everyone this weekend at Porch Fest. We're having it Saturday, June 24th from 3 to 9. 3 different parts of the city, Marymount, Squantum, and Wollaston Hill. Probably going to have over 100 acts at about 60 or 70 locations. Looking like it's going to be a beautiful day. Look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you, Counselor. Beautiful. You have your dog with you? Dog man? Probably not. Okay. Any other counselors? So we're going to be, thank you for everything that you guys have done. We're finally at our last meeting. Oh, Counselor Andronico, Counselor Devine, you may have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to say, Counselor Kane, I gave you a Porch Fest plug on Father Bill's picture. I hope you saw it online.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we'll be reconvening again here on September 11th, Monday. So everybody have a good over the summer. And I get a motion to adjourn by Counselor Kane. I get a seconded by Counselor McCarthy. All those in favor say aye. We are now adjourning at 7:36 p.m.
7-9, clear for calls. The meal is delivered. Control to 774 and 775. Seven five. 74 and 75. 33 Ulrich Road, unit number 3, for a possible B&E in progress. The call is the neighbor said the male party was evicted earlier today by the sheriff. He's now returned and he's inside damaging the unit. We have a record of that. Earlier today, it's an animal call. The person wanted to get a cat. Alright, I'll be going out. You want to I'll stop now. 7-5, the caller said that it was posted on the door. Control to 777. Checking your status, take flash. Okay, I'll get back to you in a minute. Seven five. I'm assuming it's apartment 3. The number 3. Okay. I'll get back to you. Triple seven. Yeah. 777. Verbal Dove. Male party's gonna stay with his parents for the night. Just close me out. But so what did you say? The caller said there was something posted on the door. The sheriff was there earlier. They posted something on the door about an eviction. The party was sent on his way. Now he's back, and she said he was destroying the unit there. Okay, I've been there before. It's almost empty, and I'm just walking around back. Yeah, like I said, we were there earlier with animal control to get the cat. Some more though. Seven five to 7-4. I just walked out back. We have the property owner on the phone now. I believe he's on his way there. Okay. He's 10 minutes out. All right, I'm looking in through the kitchen window here in the door. I don't see anyone inside. So. The party, if he's in there, is Jonathan Fennessy. Yeah, I'm familiar with him. He's lived here for years. Seventh round play. Two. Control to 773 and Kilo 9. 73. Kilo 9. Heard the 84 Sheldon Street. Still on the phone with him. The party heard the dad screaming in the basement. Believes the 21-year-old brother did something to the father. The RP left the house, but mom and sister are still inside. Kilo 9 as well. Fast calls, we have an ambulance call for a party fell down the stairs and then 2 animal calls. Yeah, he just wanted you to know I'm leaving from the station. Seven five. I'm talking to Mr. Fennessy out back here. I'm leaving. I'm going. He doesn't have keys. He hasn't been inside. He come back to see if his cat was still here. So I'm gonna let him know where it is. Control of the units heading to Sheldon Street. We have the other party, the mother, on the phone. We're being told that the son tried to choke the father because he tried to take the keys away from him. Irish.
Seven 7
8.
Can you change this to family disturbance going into Palo Dove?
You control the Kilo 6. Go ahead. You cancel off of Ulrich and head to Sheldon, please. Okay. Control of the units heading to 84 Sheldon. Again, the sister called, so the brother suffers from schizophrenia. Says he tried to choke the father. And the dad attempted to take the keys away. No weapons. So Bruce is going to be responding there. By. Cassidy, please. XJ5, run for 84 Sheldon Street. Seven five. The hours for picking up animals at animal control, is it only daytime or is there someone in the evening? Okay. Kevin, go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't calling. 673, I'll be going out. Actually, Fiverr. Sir. All right, I explained to that party how to get his cat, and he's on his way. And Dennis showed up for Plant Realty. He's going to make sure the apartment's secure. It does have a pre-existing broken window in the back. So it needs to take care of that. Receive, sir. I'll show you, Claire.
Triple seven. You can keep me open for calls. I'll write that stuff from the road.
7-3. Sir. Is one of the Able cars free? Correct, sir. All right, I'm taking this like a one-party detained in my cruiser. I'm the only cage car. Can you send one of them to transport? I'm going to be a few moments. Receive, sir. Controller 775.
7-5.
They're seeking a cage car over at 84 Sheldon Street.
Received, on the way.
Controller 777.
777.
Starts at 99 Elmwood Park, Unit 25. Possible asthma attack there. Bruce has been notified.
Received.
Engine 4 responding. Engine 4, you're responding. This is the Quincy Fire Department broadcasting. Quincy Engine 4, 99 Elmwood Park for the medical. Quincy Fire Department broadcasting. Quincy Engine 4, 99 Elmwood Park for the medical.
Control 3 zone for Elmwood Park.
Triple 7 though. 4 is off. Engine 4, you're off. Unit 25.
Control the 779 and 776. 79. Power units, can you stop active 35 Dorchester Street, Unit 2 for Stephen Foster? He called the suicide hotline, and now he's making more Q5 statements. We're gonna start you, Brewster. Good night, Ed. Healing it. If I can get him transferred and then unblocked, I'll head out there also. They should probably have 3 with him. Second, I'll start another car. Control 82. 82. Can you head up to Dorchester Street, 35 Dorchester Street, Q5, male, last call. This came in a while ago, but the last call was hostile towards police. Agent goes. 7-5 out. Seven 9's out. Control their units responding to Dorchester Street. This Foster party is DK and currently crying. Do you have him on the phone? Not anymore, sir. Negative. Well, if you call him back, tell him to try to come to the front door.
Ambulance come around the back.
I'll let you know, but see what you can do.
Control X36 is responding 35 Dorchester Street.
Receive.
750. Control the 7-9. Go ahead. Calls indicate that we need to make entrance from the Park Ave side and up the back stairs to his apartment. That makes so Park Ave, the back stairs entrance. Proceed. Go. Transporting one in from 84 Sheldon. Receive, sir. Can you jump to 2 to verify the name? No, I don't have it. Receive. So 9 is Sergeant Kelly. Yeah, I'll be out there in 2 minutes. Received, just a heads up. No answer at the front door or the rear door. Okay. All the units on scene there. Just be advised the veteran suicide hotline called back. He stated he knows that you guys are outside and he's not going to come to the door to let you in. You guys can break down the door if you want. 7-9 has it. 7-1. Is it possible to transfer person from suicidal hotline to my phone? I can call them back, but this person who's calling us is not on the phone with him. It's another party, and they're conversing through text message, so it's very delayed. Seven three. Sir. With these injuries, actually, if you have another freak out for drop off an iPad. Receive. Control the 781. 81, I have it. Yeah. Control the 7-3. Whichever one's up.
Control X-ray 6 is going out.
Control 74 and 76.
86.
Health units, can you start to 35 Franklin Street? RP saying he was just struck by a pellet gun. He's injured there. And they do have a possible witness with some suspect info. Suspect fled in a white Honda Accord bearing Florida plates. I don't have a direction of travel.
Yeah.
86, I have it.
Liam's going to cite Brewster for those injuries.
Eight sixty said it was a Honda. Do we have a model on that?
We've got a Honda Accord with Florida plates. White Honda Accord with Florida plates.
632, we're at 12 Pearl Street.
Eight six, I'm not near it.
Received.
Vehicle fled on Guild Street.
Received. Delta units out. This just happened actually a second time at the corner of Quarry and Garfield Street. 7-4, can you start that way to the corner of Quarry and Garfield Street? This is the second victim now.
Received, can you get a direction of travel?
Yeah, but it was a white Honda Accord with Florida plates.
8-4 control, RP, injured bodies, also saying it fled up Franklin towards Parking Way. Happened about 1 minute prior to phone call.
Steve, sir, again, this is the second call now on the corner of Quarry and Garfield.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can catch up on it. That's good on Quarry.
Again with that?
I'm on school. I'm gonna see if I can catch up to it on Quarry, because I'm guessing it's heading towards Milton. Kilo 9, I'm leaving Sheldon. See if we can grab him.
I received.
Seven 776 to the Arizona.
Trip 7. Sir. Patients on board the X-ray and clear. Thank you.
X-ray 5 control, we're going clear at the patient refusal.
So I'm coming down Quarry now from Fish and Chicken. PC, sir, again, White Hunter Accord with Florida plates.
Control X-ray 1 is headed to 35 Franklin Street.
Received. A unit coming towards me, towards the highway. It didn't come this way.
X-ray 5 to control for 1035 Southern Artery.
Seven 776 to 770.
Asher, you looking for the 7-1?
Yeah, Sergeant Kelly.
7-1, John.
Sarge, we have him at the back door. He's refusing to open the door, but we are speaking with him through the door right now. Again, refusing to open the door.
Alright, I'm at the front of the house. Seven 5's out at the Sally Point. Thank you.
X-ray 2, we're on chain 12 Pearl Street.
E3, I had nothing all the way down Quarry, all the way to Milton. Sir, we're notifying Milton and Spade now. 740. 740, I went down Copeland and Water on the way here, nothing showing. Nothing on Copeland or Water?
X-ray 5 to control are being canceled off 1035 Southern Artery. We're on for Garfield and Quarry Street.
Dude.
Control X-ray 1 is on scene.
Engine 4 to fire alarm, clear returning. Engine 4, you clear returning.
Someone. Sir, she's busy on the phone. She'll call me back when she can. Alright.
X-ray 5 going out.
Reset. Seven one that's coming through now. 8110 Shelton.
Dude.
X-ray
3.
1 to DI Milton.
Dude.
Control X-ray 1 is clear, no EMS.
Do I have an X-ray on for Southern Artery? 1035 Southern Artery.
X-ray 4 is on for 1035.
Receive, sir.
Control X-ray 1 has 1035 Southern Artery.
X-ray 1, I was just told it's X-ray 4.
That's correct. X-ray 4 is, we're standing them down because we're closer.
X-ray 1 to Southern Artery. Control to any unit on Franklin Street. Do we have any updated information there? RP stated there was a witness, possibly with some suspect information there.
Seven four.
7-4.
He went down Garfield towards the Water Street.
Receive.
8110 Shelton.
Dude.
Engine 4, back and quarter.
X-ray 2, you can show us clear, no EMS accidental.
Dude. Control to 8486. Do you guys make contact on Franklin Street.
Nick, yeah, I already talked to the RP. He was cleared by X-ray for like little minor wound in the inside of his ear, but refused all medical.
Was there a witness there with like a video or any suspect info there?
Conflicting stories between him and the RP. Guy was in a vehicle, said it went southbound down Franklin. The RP, who got shot, said it went north on Franklin Parkway.
You said, but nobody had a picture of it or anything.
X-ray 1 is on scene at 10:35.
Safe.
8 border control. Not that I know of. The bank is right across the street from where it happened, so maybe a few other businesses that appear to have possible cameras. Yeah, you can close it out to me. Obviously going to write on it. Guess leave the other units on the call. They're out looking for the vehicle. I have a rough idea where it is.
All right, 84. Or if you call me 5835.
Something up for.
Give me 4 to 5 black men. Ski masks. Around between 15 to 20 years old. Sir, 4 to 5 black men, youth black males with ski masks. Therefore, they were also wearing all black. See? So it's gonna be a white Honda Accord between the years of 2020 and 2023.
Receive, sir.
Modern 2020 to 2023 Honda Accord, white, Florida plates, being occupied by 4 or 5 youth black males wearing all black with ski masks. Yes, sir. Is there anybody near the station that can bring an iPad over there? Hey, one, you still near the station?
I'm driving back through West Quincy, but once I get there, I can grab it at Canadian. You'll take care of it though, sir? Never mind. 86 is gonna grab it.
X-ray 1, X-ray 1, transport 2, Sasha Hospital.
Sir, could you close the Franklin Street out call to me, since it's the same vehicle involved, and Officer Dalton, you just add a supplement to mine.
Did I just close you out for Franklin Street?
Thank you.
Control to ACU 7.
ACU 7.
Just be on the lookout for Sandra Konsecki. Her date of birth is 2/9/1980. Her son called just requesting a well-being check. She's homeless, possibly in the area of the Quincy Center train. She is described as a white female, 5'4", dirty blonde, wearing a black shirt and black pants. Again, just if you could be on the lookout for her. His son is just concerned about her. She's homeless and just wants to make sure she's doing all right. She could be around the square. Again, her name is Sandra Konsecki, 2/9/1980, described as a white female, 5'4", dirty blonde, wearing a black shirt and black pants.
Received. Any chance you can send me a CGIS photo over?
Yes, sir.
Gosh, thank you.
Sir 1. All units are going to clear this call, and I'll give you the disposition. Received. I'll give you a call.
ACU 7, there's no license in the registry.
Okay, received. Thank you.
She's described as a white female, 5'4", dirty blonde hair, wearing a black shirt, black pants.
Received.
X-ray 5 to control, we're going clear with assigned patient refusal.
Quincy control, all units, code 81, code 81.
Seven nine.
79.
If you can close that out for SB incident, I'm gonna write a few lines, and you can show units clear.
86, clear for calls.
A6, would you mind taking the neighbor problem, 1025 Hancock Street, Unit 8, Juliet? For, sounds like the neighbor verbally threatened each other there.
Can I just have the apartment number? My computer's down.
Unit 10, 25 Hancock, Unit 8, Juliet. 8, Juliet, 8J.
Yes.
Control the Kilo 6.
Go ahead.
On the area, the Able area.
Just coming in for code 81. Go back if you want.
It's fine.
84, I can take that DMV if it's still on Water Street. Probably closest.
84, it just, see that. It just possibly matches the suspect there. You just want to see if it has Florida plates. It possibly is on the side of the road there, not obstructing traffic, but it does match the suspect vehicle there. White sedan.
Have it. Kilo 6, I drove by that earlier. It's not down.
Received. Control 84, you can stand down. Kilo 6 says it's, not them, unrelated.
Okay. Seven 3. Going clear from Sheldon. EMS refuse. Emergency services 219 refuse. Coming foul.
See you, sir.
Control, X-ray 6 is responding to the McDonald's.
Go to 777. Quincy control to 777.
777. To the Quincy Fire Department broadcasting, Quincy, Engine 3, Ladder 1, 500 Washington Street, the investigation. Quincy Fire Department broadcasting, Quincy, Engine 3, Ladder 1, 500 Washington Street for the investigation. Car 2.
Car 2 has it.
Car 2, you have it.
Engine 3 is off, 3 has 500 Washington command.
Engine 3, you're off. You have Washington command. Quincy Fire Department broadcasting, Quincy Rescue 1, 1183 Hancock Street for the medical. Quincy Fire Department broadcasting, Quincy Rescue 1, 1183 Hancock Street for the medical.
Rescue responding.
Rescue, you're responding. Command to fire alarm investigation, floor number 1. Command, you're investigating floor number 1. Washington Command and fire alarm, we have food in the stove. Washington Command, you're reporting food on the stove. Rescue's off. A lot of one that can expand. You need to expand. Yeah, ladder one, you can return. Rescue's off. Rescue, you're up. Ladder one, clear returning. Ladder one, clear returning.
Control to 782.
82.
29 Spear Street, there's a Jeep there parked in no parking zone.
Rescue 1 of firearm, can you notify X-ray? This is CPR in progress. Rescue firearm has that. I'll notify X-ray. CPR in progress.
Can I have a party bus name, please?
We'll call him back.
Is going out.
A6, she's on the way down.
A2's in the area. A2. A2, go ahead. Vehicle's gonna be 2 Victor Juliet Sierra 89, 2 BJS 89.
Control AC7.
AC7.
Sir, can you start up to the Quincy Center train station? We didn't get it. Can you start up there for and possibly an overdose? CPR in progress. Again, we didn't get it. We're just getting news of this now, so can you start up to the train station? Bruce is on scene with fire for a possible overdose. CPR in progress there.
I'm here now. Transit as well.
Engine 2, your response.
X-ray 2, we're on for the train station.
Okay. Control A3.
A3.
Sir, are you clear?
Clear.
Alright, I'll slide you another car. Could you start to 260 Southern Artery on the first floor there for a unwanted party described as a white male in a white t-shirt and black pants. The caller was uncooperative with the call taker. Good.
Pass in there in a second. I'm waiting for the 81. I can go back them up.
We're off with X-ray.
77783 to 260 Southern Artery.
A2.
Good.
Nick, does that register back to anywhere on the street? I don't have a laptop, so I can't run it.
Negative, sir. It's out of Milton or Raynham? You get that off. 777, you going out?
Yes, sir. A3's out. X-ray 2, we're on scene.
Controller 775. The loud noise at 8 High Point Circle, Unit 409.
Caller saying the upstairs neighbors are stomping on the floor, being loud.
So 409, the caller is the
349's the problem, sir.
Washington Command, fire last. Washington Command. Fox 2111 back in service, command terminator. Fox 2111 back in service, command terminated, engine 3 clear returning.
AC-7. Body's being transported by Brewster T to handle. I'll be clear. AC-7. Good. Chance you get a name on that party, sir? Negative. Brewster will have it. Transit handled it all. Appreciate it, sir.
Rescue's clear, returning. Rescue 1, you're clear returning.
Seven 778, you can show me clear. Six. You can show me clear. That party doesn't have any suspect information on the other neighbor.
the 5.
Control 361 to the car.
Engine 3 in quarters. Engine 3 back in quarters.
Control X-ray 3's on for 2C4.
X-ray 2, you can show us transporting to the Kearney.
Engine 2 split. Engine 2, you're clear. X-ray 5 on the car.
A2, I'm clear. One vehicle sighted.
2.
Lights go to rescue.
Control X-ray 6 is on to the Kearney.
Engine 2's back. Engine 2, you're back.
Here on scene.
Triple 7.
We have a gentleman with autism having a bit of a breakdown here.
Bruce has been notified.
Kilo 9. C Street and Homer with 1 Yankee Victor Mike 96. I'll get back to you.
Homer.